Okay, it's 10 o'clock. I'll call the meeting to order. Are we on live? The agenda, any additions or deletions? Mr. Taves?
Thank you, Mayor Hamilton. Administration is suggesting adding 14.1. There's been a request for a small in-kind donation of equipment and staff time. And as well, under the Office of the CAO, we've got good news on our core, and we'd like to add 14.2 for early core findings to be presented by General Manager Cartwright.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Proctor? Use your mic.
I would like to have this Desert Bloom request to be part of this pilot project where golf carts be dealt with.
Okay, well, that's not emergent, so we would have to have that as a notice of motion. So you can do up a notice of motion for the next one and bring it back.
Okay.
If you need help with it, Mr. Taves or Ms. Collins will help you with a notice of motion.
Thank you.
Okay, anything else? Mr. Vossler's moving this with the 2 additions. Vote. That's carried. Adoption of the minutes. Everybody took time and read them. Was there any mistakes in there? Mr. Want is moving the minutes. Not seeing any questions. Vote. It's carried. Okay, I will need a motion to go into the Subdivision and Development Authority. Mr. Hawk is making that. Vote. That's carried. Okay, we are in 5.1, so it's development of application 2699.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, councillors. Development permit application 2699 is to construct an 18-foot by 44-foot enclosed steel shelter for personal use with a relaxation of 0.09 meters or 0.3 feet to the side setback and 436 square feet to the total area of all accessory buildings. The owner and applicant is J. Martin. The location is 98 Eagle Butte Ave in Dunmore. Property size is 2,428 meters squared, and land use is Hamlet residential. On May 25th, J. Martin submitted an application for an 18 by 44 steel accessory building for personal use on his property located at 98 Eagle Butte Avenue in the hamlet of Dunmore. In addition to the proposed 792 square foot structure, there is 1,444 square feet of existing accessory buildings of varying sizes. The applicant indicated that the purpose of the structure is to replace an existing 10 by 20 fabric shelter to provide shelter over their motor coach and boat trailer. The development was previously approved in 2018, but the homeowner was unable to complete construction at that time. I'm going to skip over some of the legislation and go straight to the comments. With respect to the MDP, LUB, and other statutory documents, other county bylaws, policies, plans, and the planning department offers the following comments and concerns in regards to the development permit application. In the Hamlet Residential District, an accessory building shall have a minimum side yard setback of 1 meter or 3.3 feet. This is a variance request of, that should be 0.3 feet or 9%. The maximum total building area of all accessory buildings in Hamlet Residential is 1,500 square feet. The total area of all accessory buildings in the application is 1,936 square feet. This is a relaxation of 436 square feet or 29%. I do have some photos. So that's just showing its location in the hamlet of Dunmore. And this is the aerial. The location of the shelter would be on the right-hand side where all of those vehicles are, and you can see the 10 by 20 fabric shelter there. They were just in another document. No? Okay. I can provide a little bit more information. You'll see on the street view that it's quite a heavily treed area. There's a lot of shelter, so it would be quite well screened from the street. And he did indicate that it would be set back slightly from the existing detached garage.
Yep, you have a question? Mr. Proctor?
Yeah, you have 23 feet from the property line to the garage?
Bring it to you.
You have 23 feet from the property line to the garage. Is that the wall of the garage or the overhang of the garage?
So for the existing detached garage, he did not specify, but I believe it would likely be to the wall.
The wall. So if that's the case, I presume there's a 2-foot overhang plus eavesdropping, which is 28 inches, 28 to 29. How is he possibly going to put this building? I presume it's taller than the garage.
The new structure would be 17 feet
Yeah, 17 feet,
at its peak. I believe the walls were 14 feet.
which makes it impossible to get a 3-foot side yard. Impossible.
I wasn't on site. I didn't measure the sites. I'm simply going by the
Yeah.
site plan that was submitted.
Okay.
Okay, perfect. Pictures are up. So you can see this is standing on Eagle Butte Avenue, facing easternly. The proposed location is behind the motor coach. This is looking directly at their entrance. Again, the proposed location would be to the left of that motor coach. And this is facing south. Again, the structure would be on the left, just showing the property. The administration recommendation for the Development Authority to approve the development permit application 2699 for the construction of an 18 by 44 accessory structure for personal use with a variance to the side setback and total building area of the accessory structures. Administration would recommend the following conditions. It should be noted that the Development Authority has the authority to admit, amend, or add to any or all of the recommended conditions. 1 through 7 are standard conditions. The alternative recommendation would be for the Development Authority to deny development permit 2699 for the construction of an 18 by 44 foot accessory structure for the following reasons. And that is my presentation.
Okay, thank you. Dustin is moving. Michelle? Sorry.
That's okay. Thank you. My question is, the existing fabric-covered building that's there, is that part of the site coverage, and is that coming down if they're building this one?
Through the chair, that structure will be removed in the construction of this one.
So the site coverage is without that building, but with the new one?
Yes, the accessory coverage is without that one.
Any other questions? Vote. That's carried. Kate, hold on one sec here. Your development permit has been approved, subject to meeting the conditions which were previously discussed. The county will mail you a copy of your development permit. Since this is a discretionary use, there now be a 3-week appeal period. that the public may appeal the issue of this permit. Development permit will be advertised in the Cypress Courier newspaper for the duration of 3 consecutive weeks. If no appeals is filed in 21 days from the date of issue, the development permit will become valid at that time. If you have any further questions, you may contact the development officer to discuss them after today's meeting. Okay, now we're on the development permit 26101.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning, Council. Development permit application 26/101 is to install an in-ground swimming pool with a pool deck with a setback relaxation of 3.4 meters or 11.4 feet from the rear property line, and to construct a 192 square foot pool house. The owner and the applicant is Jared Jensen, and the legal description is 1612191, Block 12, Lot 21. This is located at 38 Dunes Link in Desert Bloom. The property size is 802.4 meters squared, and the land use district is Recreational Residential Resort District. On June 2nd, Mr. Jensen submitted an application for the installation of an in-ground swimming pool and for the construction of a pool house at 38 Dunes Link, located in the hamlet of Desert Bloom. The site plan indicates that the proposed pool will be situated approximately 1.5 meters or 5 feet from the rear property line, and the proposed pool house will be situated 2.06 meters or 6.8 feet from the rear property line. Administration has calculated the total site coverage, including the swimming pool, to be approximately 67.7%. Development permit 25/10 for the construction of a residence and attached garage with a total site coverage of 53.5% was issued by Cypress County on February 18th, 2025. The application at that time was accompanied by a stormwater management plan for a total site coverage of 60%. So just skipping past the legislation, I'm going to go to our circulation comments. We had some comments come in after the agenda was published, and they're from Cypress County Operations. And they replied that Desert Bloom does not have back alleys to provide for backyard access. The subject parcel backs onto Cypress County's municipal reserve, which is a fully developed green space and park. The park is irrigated and has high water levels. Groundwater levels. Operations has concerns that the applicant will require access through the MR for the construction of the pool and could cause damages. Operations would propose all work be done from the front street. If access through the MR is permitted, an agreement should be in place with the large security in the case of damages. So staff's comment with respect to the municipal development plan, land use bylaw, and other statutory documents. We've, in review, in the Recreation Residential Resort District, a 648 square foot accessory building shall have a minimum rear yard setback of 5 meters or 16.4 feet. This is a variance request of 11.4 feet or 69%. The submitted site plan indicates that the total site coverage on the lot, including the proposal, is 67.7%. A stormwater management plan would be required to accommodate the additional hard surfacing over the maximum of 60% that was previously approved. And while the proposing development does not strictly comply with the requirements of the land use bylaw, the planning department is of the opinion that the proposal generally meets the intent of the bylaw and is consistent with similar swimming pool applications in Desert Bloom. And from a technical planning perspective, administration supports the application as submitted with conditions. So I do have some pictures, I believe. So just aerial showing location of the lot in relation to Desert Bloom. And here we're looking south down the Municipal Reserve Park area with the proposed site on the left. And we're looking directly west at the proposed site and the existing residence. And this is northeast and north with the residents on the right And then this is just from the front street, so just give you a front view of the existing residence and yard. Looking west. So moving on to our recommendation, the Development Authority, the recommendation is for the Development Authority to approve Development Permit Application 26/101 for the installation of a 648 square foot swimming pool and for the construction of a 192 square foot pool house with a variance to the setback to the rear property line. Administration would recommend the following conditions. It should be noted that the Development Authority has the authority to omit, amend, or add to any or all of the recommended conditions. So 1 through 6 are standard conditions. So jumping to number 7, the applicant shall submit a stormwater management plan for the additional site coverage. The plan shall be prepared by an engineer and be approved by Cypress County prior to commencement of construction. And number 8, prior to commencement of construction, the applicant shall obtain written authorization from Cypress County to access public lands. As a condition of authorization, the applicant shall provide an accommodation plan as well as security in an amount satisfactory to Cypress County. The security may be used to remediate or repair any damages to public lands resulting from construction activities. And an alternative recommendation is for the Development Authority to deny Development Permit Application 26/101 for the construction of a swimming pool and pool house as determined by the Subdivision and Development Authority. And that is my report.
Thank you, Ms. Mack. Any questions? Mr. Kirpyway.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Ms. Mack. My question is, when it comes down to pools, why do we consider them as hard surface area? Water that falls into a pool doesn't run off, and I've always kind of been curious as to why we consider that as a part of the hard surface calculations. And like going back 15 years in some of the first Desert Bloom subdivisions when we did landscaping, we used to put in dry wells, dig a massive hole, put in a whole bunch of big boulders to take that initial surge of runoff, and that would help. I'm just kind of curious as to why pools and structures like that don't also serve kind of that practical purpose when we're doing our calculations.
Yeah, through the chair. So a couple of reasonings behind it in my experience is, one, Alberta building codes requires swimming pools to have locking covers on them all the time. So I think that contributed as a hard surface because it's not going to take in any water with the cover on it. Secondly, the land use bylaw has swimming pools identified as an accessory structure, which is identified as hard surfacing in the definitions. And I think thirdly, I just lost my train of thought, but yeah, those are my 2 reasons.
Okay, one quick, Mr. Proctor.
Yes, is there going to be a non-climbable fence around this property, around the swimming pool? In that
So
case, it does not have to have a cover.
So through the chair, Cypress County doesn't enforce the building code. So when he goes to get his building permits, then he'll have to determine whether he has a cover or the fence. My other thought was that because we don't enforce that building code, we don't know what they're doing. So from our perspective, it either has to have the locking gate or that cover on it. The bylaw doesn't allow us to vary from site coverage. It says all hard surfacing. There's no if it has this or if it doesn't. We have to include everything. As you know, the land use bylaw is open for review, or we're hoping to have some flexibility with coefficients rather than just having all hard surfacing as a 1-to-1 ratio, but that has not been approved yet.
We've done quite a few in here with site coverage. Is this the highest for 67%, or have we had higher before?
Some out there at this amount. Off the top of my head, I can't say for sure.
Ms. Brown?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a little bit of feedback. So previous phases of Desert Bloom, the engineer designed up to a maximum coverage of 45% was always identified as the maximum. This most recent phase of the dunes came under the purview of a different developer in which they designed all of the lots to a maximum of 60%. So essentially anything over and above that 60% requires for an additional stormwater management plan to be identified. However, this one is above what we've commonly seen. That's why it's triggering the requirement for a storm plan.
Okay. Mr. Hawk?
Yeah, thanks. Just making sure that we get enough security if they do use the back alley, because if it's wet, they can do a lot of damage in a hurry. Big trucks, cement trucks, and that we're well protected.
We can get back there, they'd be using the path that isn't made for that kind of equipment. Hey, Mr. Kirby-White?
Yeah, thanks. And without getting too into details, something like that, you're probably going to be gaining access to pull dirt out. You're going to pump concrete from the front. You're not going to, it would be a big mistake driving a concrete truck back there. But, you know, you can get the pads, you know, it would be one way to do it where they're, you know, protected. But I agree with what Deputy Mayor Hawk is saying. The security is a big part of it, making sure there's a bond in place.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say too. As long as they're willing to pay for any damages, then I still don't think they should use it. They should do it from the front, but the security makes me feel better about it.
Hey, any other questions? Oh, I need a motion. We've all been talking about. Mr. Kirby-White's moving it. Question? Mr. Ritz?
I noticed from the pictures that there's no fence in the backyard. And I'm just going, it just strikes me as funny that you'd build a swimming pool that backs out onto a green like that with no security.
Still under construction.
What's that?
It's under construction. It isn't done yet.
They might put a fence up there after they build the pool.
Would not a fence be a wise thing, though?
Yes.
It would be a wise thing. Are we requiring it? I mean, I'm just looking at it and I'm puzzled, that's all.
There's no requirement for a fence, but as Councillor Proctor alluded earlier, through the building code, he would either have to have a fence or a cover on the pool. I would make an assumption that once construction is done, the applicant would consider a fence at that time, so he has access to the backyard in the meantime.
Any other questions? Motion on the floor is to approve. Vote with the 8 conditions. Okay, that one is carried. Your development permit has been approved, subject to meeting the conditions which were previously discussed. The county will mail you a copy of the development permit. Since there's a discretionary use, there now will be a 3-week waiting period for the public may appeal the issue of the permit. The development permit will be advertised in the Cypress Courier for the duration of 3 consecutive weeks. If no appeal is filed in 21 days from the date of the issue, the development permit will become valid at that time. If you have any further questions, you may contact the development officer to discuss them after today's meeting. Okay, we're on 52.1, 52.1, 26 CY07.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Subdivision 26CY07 is to subdivide a 0.798 hectare parcel from a previously subdivided quarter section. The owner of the parcel is Ron and Michelle Pizzoni and Maria Pizzoni, and the applicant is Ron Pizzoni. The legal description is northeast 3511-6 west of the 4th. This application is intended to subdivide a 0.798 hectare or 1.97 acre parcel from a previously subdivided quarter section. The balance of the title contains 60.5 hectares or 149.68 acres in size and contains an irrigation pivot. In addition, there is an existing subdivision located in the northeast corner, which currently contains an RV storage business and is located approximately 750 meters from the proposed subdivision. The applicant has indicated that the purpose of the subdivision is to separate the yard from the remainder of the quarter section to allow for the sale of the parcel to a family member. The subject property is located along Range Road 61A, approximately 700 meters south of Township Road 120, and gains direct access to Range Road 61A from an existing approach. The proposed parcel contains an established yard site with the residence and accessory buildings. The remnant agricultural title currently gains access from an existing approach from Range Road 61A, where another residence and yard site exists. The applicant has indicated there are no oil or gas wells in proximity to the proposed subdivision. In 2016, Cypress County Council approved a land use amendment 2016/40 to rezone the existing subdivision from Agricultural District 1 to Local Commercial District to accommodate the business operations. This allows the proposed farmstead subdivision to be in compliance with the Tri-Area Intermunicipal Development Plan and the Municipal Development Plan for a farmstead subdivision. While administration has not confirmed, it should be noted that utility right-of-way easements may be required between the proposed parcel and the remainder of the agricultural title. I'm going to jump straight to our recommendation today. And that is, this recommendation is presented to the subdivision authority as a guideline in an effort to assist in the decision-making process. The following conditions may be omitted, altered, or added to as per the subdivision authority. The recommendation is that the Subdivision and Development Authority approve subdivision application 26CY07, subject to the following conditions. Number one, it is the developer's responsibility to ensure that all municipal taxes are paid at the time of endorsement. The developer is required to provide Cypress County Corporate Services with written notification if the intent is to transfer the local improvement tax for Westside Water Co-op to the subdivided parcel prior to the subdivision's registration with Alberta Land Titles. Number three, the developer is required to make a payment to the county for money in place of municipal reserve in the amount of 0.798 hectares at a rate of $1,447.72 per hectare, being 10% of the appraised market value of $14,477.25 per hectare. The payment is to be submitted to the county prior to the subdivision's registration with Alberta Land Titles. Number four, the developer shall provide written evidence to Cypress County that all SMRD requirements have been satisfied prior to the subdivision's registration with Alberta Land Titles. And finally, number five, our standard condition, the developer is required to supply copies of any utility right-of-way plans, easements, or agreements which are to be registered as a requirement for any affected utilities to Cypress County prior to the subdivision's registration with Alberta Land Titles. The alternative recommendation is that the Subdivision and Development Authority deny subdivision application 26CY07 for the following reasons. And that is my report, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Ms. Mack. Does anybody have any questions for Ms. Mack? Mr. Watt?
I'm satisfied this meets all of the requirements, and we've passed this type of thing before, so I'll approve it.
Thank you. He's moving approval. Any questions or comments? Not seeing any? Vote. That's carried. Your subdivision has been approved, subject to meeting the conditions which were previously discussed. The county will now mail you a copy of your subdivision approval. You are advised to begin working towards completing the necessary conditions and getting arrangements to have the approved subdivision area surveyed if you have not already done so. You have 1 year from the subdivision approval date to have met all the approval conditions and to have your survey plan submitted to Alberta Land Titles by your surveyor and register of a separate title. If you have any further questions, you may contact the planner to discuss after today's meeting. Okay, we are on 5.2.2 26CY09.
Thank you. Subdivision application 26CY09 is to subdivide a 32.3 hectare parcel from a previously subdivided quarter section. The owner applicant is Robert and Sheila Ray Schmunk, and the legal description is Northeast 22125 west of the 4th. The application is intended to subdivide 32.3 hectares or 79.7 acre parcel from a previously subdivided quarter section for the purposes of creating a separate title. The balance of the title is dryland pasture and is 64.2 hectares or 158.67 acres in size. The applicant has indicated that the purpose of the subdivision is to sell the proposed parcel to a family member. The property is situated along Range Road 52, approximately 2 kilometers south of Highway 41A, and approximately 800 meters east of the City of Medicine Hat boundary. The proposed parcel is currently vacant and does not have an existing access approach. However, legal access can be established to Range Road 52. The remaining agricultural title includes an established residence and yard site, which currently uses an existing approach from Range Road 52. Additionally, an established country residential parcel is located in the northeast corner of the quarter section. The applicant has indicated there are no oil or gas wells in proximity to the proposed subdivision. The applicant has indicated there are no immediate plans to develop the proposed parcel. However, any future development on the parcel will require that Range Road 52 be upgraded to a higher grade gravel standard in accordance with the county's design guidelines and construction standards. And it should be noted that utility right-of-way easements may be required between the proposed parcel and the remainder of the agricultural title. Under legislation, I just wanted to note Section 2.12 Rural Development Area of the Tri-Area Intermunicipal Development Plan states that the intent of the area is to provide for a wide range of rural uses with on-site servicing and land uses that include but are not limited to continued agricultural use, extensive recreational uses, and compatible country residential uses. The Rural Development Area Policy directs the subdivision authority as follows. Subdivision of an 80-acre parcel may be supported in the Rural Development Area East only. From there, I'm going to go right to our recommendation, and that is that the Subdivision and Development Authority approve subdivision application 26CY09, subject to the following conditions. Number one, it is the developer's responsibility to ensure that all municipal taxes are paid at time of endorsement. And number two, the developer is required to supply copies of any utility right-of-way plans, easements, or agreements which are to be registered as a requirement for any affected utilities to Cypress County prior to the subdivision's registration with Alberta Land Titles. Our alternative recommendation is that the Subdivision and Development Authority deny subdivision application 26CY08 for the following, 09 for the following reasons. And that is my report.
Thank you. Blaine, you have a question? Or?
No, I'll make a motion to approve as it meets all the guidelines and with the following conditions as well.
Perfect. Any questions or comments? Not seeing any? Vote. That's carried. Your subdivision has been approved subject to meeting the conditions on which were previously discussed. The county will now mail you a copy of your subdivision approval. You are advised to begin working towards completing the necessary conditions and getting arrangements to have the approved subdivision area surveyed if you have not already done so. You have 1 year from the date of the subdivision approval date to have met all the approval conditions and to have the survey plan submitted to Alberta Land Titles by your surveyor for the registration of the separate title. If you have any further questions, you may contact the planner to discuss them after today's meeting. 5.2.3, 26CY10.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Subdivision application 26CY10 is to subdivide a 32.41 hectare parcel from a previously subdivided quarter section. The owner is 1345907 Alberta Limited, and the applicant is Myron Mayer. This is located at Northeast 2111 5 west of the 4th. This application is intended to subdivide a 32.41 hectare or 80-acre parcel from a previously subdivided quarter section for the purposes of creating a separate title. The balance of the title is dryland pasture and is 62.4 hectares or 154.22 acres in size. The applicant has indicated that the purpose of the subdivision is to facilitate independent agricultural operations between family members. The property is situated along Township Road 114 and Range Road 53, approximately 800 meters east of the Black and White Trail. The proposed parcel currently contains storage containers and buildings and does not have an access approach. However, access can be established from Township Road 114. The remaining agricultural title is vacant and has an existing approach from Range Road 53. Additionally, an established country residential parcel subdivided in 1981 is located in the southeast corner of the quarter section. The applicant has indicated there are no oil or gas wells in proximity to the proposed subdivision. Utility right-of-way easements may be required between the proposed parcel and the remainder of the agricultural title. In legislation, I'll just note that the Municipal Development Plan, Section 4.1.22, Subdivision Agricultural, states that the county may support the subdivision of larger tracts of land used for extensive dryland agricultural operations into smaller parcels used for intensive and irrigated agricultural operations. And Section 4.1.25 states that the county shall only allow one existing farmstead parcel or single vacant parcel per quarter section. So moving on to our recommendation, it is that the Subdivision and Development Authority deny subdivision application 26CY10 for the following reasons. Number one, the South Saskatchewan Regional Plan requires municipalities to limit the fragmentation of agricultural land. Number two, the proposed subdivision does not comply with Section 4.1.22 of Cypress County's Municipal Development Plan, whereas the proposed subdivision is not intended for intensive and irrigated agricultural operations. And number three, the proposed subdivision does not comply with Section 4.1.25 of Cypress County's Municipal Development Plan, whereas the county shall only allow one existing farmstead parcel or single vacant parcel per quarter section. The alternative recommendation is that the Subdivision and Development Authority approve subdivision application 26CY10, subject to the following conditions. Number one, it is the developer's responsibility to ensure that all municipal taxes are paid at the time of endorsement. Number two, the developer is required to enter into a municipal services agreement with the county for the construction of an access approach from Township Road 114 to the subdivided westerly parcel. The municipal services agreement is to be executed and registered in conjunction with the subdivision's registration with Alberta Land Titles. And finally, number three, the developer is required to supply copies of any utility right-of-way plans, easements, or agreements, which are to be registered as a requirement for any affected utilities to Cypress County prior to the subdivision's registration with Alberta Land Titles. And I should have noted earlier, Mr. Chairman, that there were letters of opposition for this application that were included in the package. And that is my report.
Thank you, Ms. Mack. Is there any questions for Ms. Mack? Mr. Kirby-White?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Ms. Mack. My question is, I'm familiar with this property. I understand, and I read the letters that were supplied here this morning that were received at the end of May with regards to, concerns about future subdivision and things like that. My understanding of the way that our land use bylaw is right now is that we allow for 3 subdivisions per quarter section, and that multi-parcel subdivisions are considered as one parcel. So if this was to be approved as this states right now, would that not eliminate the ability for somebody to come in and put in a multi-parcel subdivision, because technically we have enough, we've met all of the subdivisions per quarter that would be allowable anyways? Would that not be the case?
Yeah, through the chair. The municipal development plan isn't as clear as it used to be as the 3 titles per quarter section. It says we can consider one farmstead parcel to come out, and then and one additional parcel that would need to be rezoned. So it does total the 3 titles that you're speaking of, in a sense. So yes, if this was to be approved today, then as the municipal development plan is written now, multi-parcel we wouldn't support it.
Any other questions? Mr. Foster?
Yeah, seeing as actually proposing, this proposed subdivision would keep it more agricultural without the possibility of becoming a multi-parcel, I'll move it for approval as it sits.
Okay. So that is moving for approval as the motion on the floor. Does anybody have any questions on that? Not seeing any? Mr. Proctor?
Should we be approving things because 2 family members can't operate on the same parcel of land? Is that reason enough for approval?
That isn't what's in front of us today. It doesn't. Any other questions? Vote. That is carried. Your subdivision has been approved subject to meeting the conditions which were previously discussed. The county will mail you a copy of your subdivision approval. You're advised to begin working towards completing the necessary conditions and getting the arrangements to have the approval subdivided and surveyed if you have not already done so. You have 1 year from the subdivision approval date to have met all the approval conditions and to have the surveyor plan and to survey planned to Alberta land titles by your surveyor and registered as a separate title. If you have any other further questions, you may contact the planner after today's meeting. Hey, spit that one out. I will get a motion to close the, Michelle. Ms. McKenzie is closing the Subdivision and Development Authority meeting. Vote. It's carried. Okay, we'll take a 5-minute break.
He's looking for a job, he wants to be an IT tech.
No. We are on to 9.1.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning, Council. Okay, so Council is presented with Policy ASB 9, Weed Control, City of Medicine Hat for review. Policies are being reviewed to make updates as required. So with this one, both the municipalities, so the city and the county, are legislated to manage regulated weeds under the Weed Control Act and regulations. The city and county staff work together to achieve the common interest of weed management close to our municipal boundaries. The grant referred to in this policy has not been given for many years, and there is not really a level of service here that is requiring this to be a policy. So, the ASB is recommending to Council that Policy ASB 9, Weed Control, City of Medicine Hat, be rescinded.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Hawk,
I'll make that motion.
any questions on it?
Rescind policy ASB 9, weed control, City of Medicine Hat be rescinded.
Thank you. Any questions on it? Vote. That's carried. 9.1.1.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this one is, Council is being presented with Policy ASB 10, Weed Control and Herbicide Application for review and approval. So again, policies are being reviewed to make updates as required, and the recommendations in this policy come from Alberta Agriculture ASB program staff from the 2024 ASB field tour that we had. The following policy has strikeout to indicate removal and red font to indicate additions. So review of wording to align with the Alberta Weed Control Act and regulations. Prohibited noxious weeds must be destroyed under the legislation, and noxious weeds must be controlled. And in general, they are all managed. So that would be reflected in the policy. We would remove H, since there are no herbicides sold to producers through the county. And just to remove the list of weeds that are found in here too, since they can be changing from time to time, and they can be found in the weed control regulations. So there's reference here to the ASB strategic business plan for your reference. And the ASB is recommending that Council accept Policy ASB 10, Weed Control and Herbicide Application as presented.
Thank you. Mr. Brost is moving that.
I'll move that the ASB recommend, or I move to accept policy ASB 10, weed control and herbicide application as presented.
Any questions on it? Ms. McKenzie?
Just a comment, not a question. I just wanted to say, good job, Lisa. I like the fact that you took that they aren't all listed, because things change. Sometimes there's different weeds, and that list has to be updated. So I like the fact that it came out.
Thank you. And just the Weed Control Act and regs have changed earlier this year, so this was kind of a good opportunity as well. So, thank you.
Any questions?
And my apologies for coming at this at very last minute, as I was indisposed last week. Perhaps a consideration for the biological weed control in letter B. I know federal agencies, CFB, Suffield, et cetera, do have environmental controls where they do bio controls along the river as well. And I wonder if adding a federal agency language to that section of the policy might be prudent, where it talks about the Alberta Environment Ministry. I know the federal ministry as well does biocontrol with beetles down on the leafy, for leafy spurge down there, so I don't know if that'd be appropriate.
Okay.
Go
Through the chair. So we included this because we get, like, Alberta Environment has their own program that we utilize. We get 5 releases through their program for Bed and Shore, and then we also have and hopefully will continue to get another grant as well through Alberta Environment. So just that, but yeah.
That covers it all then. Okay, any other questions or comments? Vote. That's carried. 9.2.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Council is presented with the opportunity to appoint seasonal staff hired by Agricultural Services as weed and pest inspectors for 2026. Seasonal staff are hired in the spring and laid off each fall. Therefore, annual appointments are required as weed and pest inspectors each season. The authority to make these annual appointments come from the following sections of the relevant legislation. Inspecting for regulated weeds and monitoring pests and participating in the pest surveys on land within Cypress County is a legislative requirement under the applicable acts. And I don't know why I didn't have it in here, but there is, under our ASB strategic business plan, of course, this would fall under Weed Control Act, and to appoint sufficient inspectors to proactively monitor and map weed issues. So the ASB recommends that council move to appoint Noah Irvin, Peyton Hogg, Parker Krause, Jasmine Benoit, Drayden Wall, Joel Lair, and Austin Seward as annual weed inspectors under the Weed Control Act and annual pest inspectors under the Agricultural Pests Act during their agricultural employment with Cypress County.
Thank you. Ms. McKenzie is moving that. Any questions or comments on it? Vote. That's carried.
Thank you.
You're welcome. 9.3, bylaw 2026-16.
Good morning through the chair. Administration is requesting that council pass third reading to bylaw 26-16, being the community standards and property bylaw. At the June 2nd, 2026 regular council meeting, gave first and second reading to bylaw 26-16, being the community standards and property bylaw. Following second reading, council considered proceeding to third reading at the same meeting. In accordance with legislative requirements, unanimous consent of all council members present is required before a bylaw may receive third reading at the same meeting at which it received first and second reading. Unanimous consent was not received, therefore a third reading could not proceed at the June 2nd, 2026 meeting. Bylaw 2026-16 is now being brought forward for council's consideration for third reading, and recommended motion is that council move third reading bylaw 26-16 community standards and property.
Thank you. Mr. Ritz.
I will move that council move third reading of bylaw 2026-16 community standards and property.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Proctor.
Yeah, I've read this thing through, this whole bylaw from one end to the other. Do we get any legal advice on this stuff? Because there is so many things in here that a first-year lawyer will punch holes in it.
Mr. Taves or Mr. Cartwright?
Thank you, through the chair. We did not specifically get legal opinion on this bylaw, but it is based on a number of other comparable bylaws throughout the province.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions? Not seeing any. Vote. That's carried. Okay, we are on to, ooh, that's a public hearing. We'll skip over that. 11.1.
Good morning, Council. Before presenting bylaw 2026-18 for first reading, I would like to acknowledge and thank those people who did contribute to this project. Firstly, I would like to thank senior administration for providing the clear direction and guidance in developing the vision for an updated land use bylaw. I would also like to thank Council for establishing their goals and priorities that help shape this work. I would like to thank Cypress County residents who took the time to attend our open houses, complete surveys, and provide feedback throughout the process. Their participation helped administration better understand community needs and priorities. And lastly, I would like to thank Marley Steinwant for her work in formatting and editing the land use bylaw, and for Trey Barton for creating our zoning maps. Administration has re-envisioned Cypress County's land use bylaw to better reflect Council's strategic goals, support the county's economic strategies, and to align with other statutory plans within the county's planning framework, such as the Tri-Area Intermunicipal Development Plan. The process for updating the land use bylaw began in 2024 and included a comprehensive administrative review, as well as extensive public engagement through both in-person and online opportunities. Earlier this year, the Planning and Development Department sought direction from Council to ensure that the proposed amendments were meeting Council's priorities and achieved the intended objectives. The draft land use bylaw was circulated to our adjacent municipalities, development partners, and the local Chamber of Commerce to obtain feedback and to ensure that the document considered the perspectives of our regional and industrial partners. The MD of Taber, County of 40 Mile, and the Town of Redcliffe have provided comments on the draft land use bylaw. These comments will be presented at the public hearing process. It is the recommendation of administration that Council approve first reading of bylaw 2026-18. Following first reading, administration will schedule a public hearing for future Council meeting. That's my report.
Okay. Thank you. Somebody want to move first reading? Mr. Ritz is moving first reading. Vote.
Yeah.
That's carried. 11.2.
Thank you through the chair. Item 11.2 pertains to Desert Bloom Restrictive Covenant Enforcement. The attached letter has been received from the Desert Bloom Homeowners Association. The HOA is requesting that Cypress County establish a bylaw to enforce the restrictive covenants registered on title of privately owned properties within the hamlet of Desert Bloom. Restrictive covenants are private agreements registered on individual land titles that establish standards beyond the requirements established by the county through other mechanisms such as the land use bylaw or through the community standards bylaw. The Desert Bloom restrictive covenants regulate matters such as architectural controls, landscaping, outdoor storage such as RVs and trailers, in addition to other subdivision-specific site requirements that may have been deemed necessary at the time by the developer. Restrictive covenants are civil agreements enforceable by the parties that are named within the covenant, including the developer and affected landowners. Cypress County is not a party to these agreements and has no authority or mechanism to enforce them. Administration has not been directed by Council to undertake work on this initiative, so should Council wish to explore the request further, administration will require direction to conduct additional research and provide recommendations on this increased level of service. Administration's preliminary assessment is that county involvement in enforcing private restrictive covenants would represent a significant departure from our current direction to lessen land use restrictions as part of our land use bylaw. The county's land use authority is established under 692 of the MGA and is exercised through the land use bylaw. Restrictive covenants exist outside of this regulatory framework and are considered private legal agreements. The county assuming responsibility for the enforcement of restrictive covenants has a likelihood of creating additional administrative, legal, and financial implications. There's also risk of creating precedent for expanded restrictive covenant enforcement, including similar requests from other development areas. In terms of cost and source of funding, potential impacts to resources in planning and community services, will require further investigation should council direct us to investigate this further. And in reference to council's strategic plan, enforcement of private restrictive covenants is not identified as a strategic priority of council. The recommendation is that council takes no action regarding the enforcement of restrictive covenants within the hamlet of Desert Bloom and authorizes administration to advise the Desert Bloom Homeowners Association of council's decision in writing. Council options are number 1, that council takes no action, and number 2, that council directs administration to investigate potential options relating to the enforcement of restrictive covenants in Desert Bloom, including associated legal, operational, and budget implications, and to bring this report back to council. Attached to this request for decision is the letter signed by the president of the Desert Bloom Homeowners Association and also the restrictive covenant that has been registered on all of the titles. Acting CAO Tays actually mentioned yesterday, brought it to my attention under section 24 of this restricted covenant. It states that a residence homeowners association may be created at some time in the future. The rules and regulations of the residence association will require the owners of the lots to contribute an association fee or membership fee, and the owners agree to comply and abide with the said rules and regulations and to make such financial contributions as required. So it is built into the existing architectural controls that it is the responsibility of each individual landowner to enforce the agreement.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. Mr. Kirby-White.
Geez, I was ready to vote there instead of hit talk. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Ms. Brown. With regards to this kind of a bylaw, would I be correct to assume that basically we're being asked to be the enforcer of a contract that we had no involvement in setting the rules at all? That's basically what we're being asked to do, right?
Yeah, through the chair. So essentially, a restrictive covenant imposes rules and regulations beyond what our land use bylaw covers. So council approves the land use bylaw based on the priorities of council and the priorities of the community as a whole. It's not intended to be for specific communities. MGA is very clear that you make decisions on behalf of the betterment of the municipality as a whole, not specific areas.
So would it not actually require us to almost, if we were to take this on, currently all of our building permits and like, I think Ms. Mack earlier said, we don't enforce the building code because we have external sources that we have all of our permitting done through. In this situation, if somebody comes from Desert Bloom and would be applying for a shed, as an example, would we be asking our permitting people to, and because technically we're not the ones enforcing it, so we'd be actually asking our permitting people to enforce the architectural controls. I think that I don't think that it's about enforcement. I think that this is about the developers and the homeowner associations not being responsible for enforcement. I don't think this is about us supporting them in making it more enforceable. I haven't seen, I've been working on Desert Bloom for about 15 years, and it seems like falling into line with the restrictive covenants is something that is pretty widely bought into. It might be a pain sometimes and some people may not like it, but is there examples of people just saying no and basically thumbing their nose to the HOA and saying we're not doing it? As I see everybody falling in line with it. I'm just kind of curious as to why all of a sudden we've become the hammer.
Well, and I think this letter that's received also is very specific to the storage of trailers and RVs within the hamlet. So this isn't asking for us at this time to undertake our contextual controls, but I think that what we've identified is that this kind of opens the door for that as an opportunity. Where do you kind of draw the line? My question, I guess, would be how does the storage of an RV on a driveway impact the adjacent landowner's property from a land use perspective, right? And if we deem that it's not impactful enough for the county to regulate, we shouldn't have it in our land use bylaw.
Were you making a motion on that? I just wonder, because I don't have it on the...
Yeah, my motion is going to be to move no motion or no action, but there's more room.
Okay. I don't know who is first. Ms. McKenzie? Keith didn't know either.
I was just going to ask, is this ever been done before? Like, have we ever done anything like this at the county before?
Through the chair, no, not to
That's what I
my
thought.
not to my knowledge.
And
no.
I was going to make the motion for Robin.
Mr. Proctor?
Yeah, in my opinion, this is the proper way to do land use. You put restricted covenants on so the purchasers know exactly what they can and can't do prior to purchasing the land. What the homeowners association is saying now is they have no mechanics in place to enforce those restricted covenants, and they're asking the county to put together a bylaw in order to enforce those restricted covenants. And I'm going to move.
There's a motion on the floor.
Okay.
You have anything else to say?
No.
Mr. Vossler?
Restrictive covenants are completely enforceable through civil litigation, and any HOA has the ability to do that, and in no shape, way, or form should a county be responsible for interfering in that civil litigation. So it's up to them to do their own enforcement, not us.
Any other questions or comments? Mr. Gross?
Well, as far as I can see, I mean, when you had mentioned the fact that they don't have no control over, but when they buy their land, but we have, that's why we have our land use bylaws in place that they can look into before they ever buy a piece of property. Then they'll know what their rights are when it comes to building. So I'm not quite sure why we have to be involved. We already have that.
Mr. Kirpioy?
Thank you. And further to Councillor Bo's comment, with the restrictive covenant, like they do, when they buy a lot in Desert Bloom, they know what you can and cannot do. Anybody that's drawing up a house and that is doing the construction knows what is allowable and what's not allowable. Now, there's certain things, like if you are parking a trailer beside a fire hydrant, for example, I think we can drive in and we probably could ticket them based on what the laws of the road are. Right? But when it comes down to actually, having too many holiday trailers potentially parked out, I think it puts us in a really precarious place where we don't need to be in the middle of that when we weren't the ones that created it. And if the community wants to protect this environment that they bought into, they need to, put the time and the money into protecting that. I don't think that in fact, I'm going to phrase it this way. When we first got elected and we went up and talked to Ministry of Transportation about water licensing for water co-ops, they used the statement that they didn't want to be funding with government dollars what only a specific few can afford to participate in. That's the reason why they moved away from that kind of budgeting. I would suggest that there's a lot of people within the county that cannot afford to live and build within Desert Bloom, and for us to use county resources to basically subsidize and provide the enforcement on what the development is there to provide would be maybe a misuse of government resources on that side too. So, yeah.
Can you clarify for me? Because you said, do you want the first one for the sending a letter too, or are you on the option one for?
which the letter would go to the homeowners association anyways, right? I think that I'm okay with moving no action from council, and that sending a letter to them would be fine. I suppose that is action. But at the end of the day, I think that providing reasoning, even just, you know, a snapshot of what I just said would probably be appropriate. And, you know, they're a part of our community. We support what they're trying to do. I don't think that us being the ones that enforce those specific rules is a good practice for us to get into. Thank you. What Dustin said, moving number 1.
That's what. Okay, any questions? Vote. That's carried. Okay, we are on to 12.1.
Good morning, through the chair. We're here today, our council is being presented with a request from Canlin Energy and Canlin Resource Partnerships for a 2026 tax installment payment plan that is outside of the typical TIP as covered by bylaw 2020-16. Canlin Energy is a privately owned 90% weighted natural gas production company located in Western Canada. Due to ongoing cyclical downturn in the natural gas market, Canlin's ability to satisfy its property tax obligations in a single lump sum payment is currently constrained. Canlin's objective is to proactively manage its tax obligations and ensure all amounts are paid without incurring penalties. As such, they're requesting the county to consider a TIP arrangement that will result in full payment of the 2026 property taxes owing by December 31st, 2026. Administration has worked with Canlin to come up with a TIP arrangement proposal to ensure that the full payment of their property taxes is done by December 2026. The proposed payment arrangement is monthly installments of $836,287.49 on the first of each month for 5 months from August 1st to December 1st, 2026, which will be a little bit different than what they had proposed in their attached letter, as they were looking for payments at the end of the month and we take them out on the 1st. So we worked with them to come up with that arrangement. They've just indicated their commitment is to stay on the TIP program for 2027 and to continue making monthly payments for the 2027 penalty or taxes as well. Should Canlin vary from the proposed TIP program and miss any of the proposed payments towards their outstanding property tax balances, penalties would be levied at that time. So the cost and source of funding, agreeing to this agreement doesn't result in any additional costs. However, the county would be agreeing to forego any penalties that they would incur by not having regular TIP in place. Excuse me. So administration's recommendation would be that council approves Canlin Energy Corporation and Canlin Resource Partnerships tax installment payment plan proposal of 5 equal monthly payments of $836,287.49 on the first of each month from August to December 2026 with no penalties incurred unless payments are missed. Council's options would be that council move administration's recommendation, that council approves Canlin's TIP proposal with amendments, or that council declines Canlin's TIP proposal.
Thank you. Mr. Watt?
I'm going to move for option number 1. I'm glad that you worked with them, and I'm glad we're getting something. And I
Absolutely.
think you did the right thing.
I don't have a problem with this time again, but did we not do this for them a few years back? I thought they were supposed to be on the TIP already.
So through the chair, they were on the TIP program until August of 2025 when they were struggling with some cash flow issues. And at that time, they chose to stop making monthly payments and did incur an extremely large amount of penalties given their large tax bill. So they're just trying to recover from that and their hope is that they don't have to pay any penalties so that they can put all of their cash towards the actual balance owing at this time. Penalties for 2025 taxes were approximately $135,000. So it was a large amount.
Again, I don't have a problem with it because we did it before, but that was the deal before that they went on the tips, so. This will be the last time. They better stay on the tips this time.
And that was, when I spoke with them, that was kind of the commitment of 2027. Said we'd have a hard time bringing it here if they weren't committed on continuing with the monthly payments for 2027. So.
8, 9.
Yeah.
Mr. Proctor?
Why August to start? Why not June?
So their original letter requested to start July 31st. We don't take payments out for TIP on the 31st of a month. We take them out on the 1st. And they, speaking with the gentleman, their CFO, he said they would be very constrained to make payments earlier than July 31st. They don't have the cash currently.
Yeah, they will.
According to them.
They'll be, if they're making they were good last time that we went through this with them.
Thank you, through the chair. My question is, oh, geez, I forgot my question.
No question?
I can't remember what it was, so.
I would move that we accept Canlin Energy's proposal as presented.
Okay, I already have that on the floor.
Okay.
Mr. Want has moved it.
Sorry. How much more administrative work is it in doing this because it's different from the rest of the TIP program?
So through the chair to Councillor McKenzie, it is a significant amount of work. It's probably monthly about 4 to 6 hours of administration to be able to administer this on their behalf. But it's off cycle from the remainder. Yeah.
We have the motion on the floor. Oh, did you have something?
Yeah, but you gotta need the money, so.
Any questions on it, or does anybody want to add that they must stay on the tips after this?
Do you want to add that to your motion?
I thought their plan was to go.
Just for 2027. That's okay. We have a motion on the floor. We'll leave it at that. Yep. Vote. That's carried. 12.2.
Council is being presented with a proposed land lease to Ralston School for Plan 8811312, Block 31, Lot 4, located in the hamlet of Suffield. Ralston Schools approached the county to lease a plot of land where they could expand their farm education program. The school is seeking a long-term lease for land in Suffield located between Ellis and Ronald Avenue along 8th Street. As defined in the proposed lease, the school's intended purpose of the land is to operate an educational farm program, including the placement of 5 8x24 shelters, perimeter fencing, an apiary, grazing of livestock limited to April 1st to October 31st each year, to a maximum of 2 steers, 3 bottle calves, 3 pigs, 3 sheep, 3 goats, and 20 chickens on site. On May 5th, 2026, the Subdivision and Development Authority did approve a development permit for the proposed lease property, which defined out these various conditions that must be met and maintained for the property. The proposed lease is for 10 years to begin on June 29th, 2026, which seems like a very random date, but it was to coincide with their school years. There is no costs associated with this lease. The lease does have the ability to terminate within 30 days by both the county and the school, should anything change. And administration recommends the council direct administration to enter into a lease of Plan 8811312, Block 31, Lot 4 with Ralston School, that includes terms as required by the SDA Resolution 2026-187, Development Permit Number 26/68, for a nominal amount of $1 per year and the term not to exceed 10 years. Council's options are to move administration's recommendation, amend the proposed lease, or to direct administration accordingly.
Thank you. Mr. Ritz?
I will move that we, as council, move administration's recommendation.
Okay. Any questions on it? Vote. That's carried.
Thank you.
Have a good day. 13.1. Mr. Jacobs.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through the chair to the rest of council. At this time, I'd like to provide an update on the Dunmore Wastewater Project Initiative. On April 21st, council directed administration to initiate planning and design services for the proposed sewage lagoon in Dunmore, while keeping discussions open with the City of Medicine Hat regarding the first option of pumping it to the city. Administration has since issued a request for proposal to the pre-qualified firms for the planning and design services and is expecting submissions on June 24th. Following evaluation of these proposals, administration will return to council with recommendations and an appropriate budget request to proceed with the project. I highlighted just some milestones and some action plan for us as we move forward. So May 27th is when we issued to 4 consultants. These consultants were pre-qualified under our vendor process with APC. These consultants specialize in municipal infrastructure and have proven success with Cypress County previously. June 24th, request for proposals will be evaluated. July 7th, next council meeting, will present the recommendation, design, consultant selection, and budget for approval. August 2026 through December 2026 is when design will commence. And in this stage, we will be applying for the Alberta Water Wastewater Partnership Grant. This grant will be due November 30th. And this grant allows for up to about 75% covered by the province, if successful with the grant. So construction period would commence March 27th, 2027, as long as all the approvals with Alberta Environment are in place and our land and everything's all in place at that time. Expected completion date will be November 30th, 2027. And this date aligns nicely and with a little bit of buffer room with our initiatives moving forward in the area. So this is just a bit of an update, and I thought if the council had any questions, this would be a good time, but next meeting I'll be bringing a lot more information for a decision.
Perfect. Thank you. Mr. Brooks?
Well, I have a question. So is this just for the design of a lagoon, or is this including like the purchase of land and all that, or what?
Yeah, thank you for the question through the chair. Yes, it includes the siting of the line. We're going to look at various locations, likely in the northeast area of the hamlet, and strategically place it. Once we know the alignment, then we'll have discussions with any landowners for acquisition at that time. But yes, that will happen between now and where it goes out to tender.
Any other questions?
No, I would just say good work. This is the right direction.
Did Blaine move that?
He didn't move anything. He just asked a question.
Okay, well, I will.
Receive for information.
I would like to, that council receive the Dunmore wastewater servicing information update as information.
Okay, any questions? Vote. That's carried.
Did you do that just because?
Because he can. 14.1. That's,
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. That was a 14.1 was a request for some in-kind donation, a small donation of equipment and staff time, and I believe, Mayor Hamilton, you have more information on that.
yeah. Is that the old-timers ball league down in Kincooley? Just being an old-timer. Playing like a young guy. But they have a, no, it didn't. They have a container coming in that they need to get moved around down there, and they haven't been able to get anybody. Then we have quite a few staff and stuff that play on there, and it was brought up, so in order to get it put through for them to run down and do it for them, it had to come through council, so it's just an in-kind, quick thing for them. So,
What are we doing again, Russ?
just moving a C-can for them that they have coming in. It's, there's a lot of Cypress County old-timers, yeah. Yeah, a lot of us down there. But that's the ask, is just that Dustin's moving that. Thank you.
Estimated amount and where it's coming from. Is it just in kind or?
Yeah, it's just in kind. They're just going to run down with a loader and move it for them. Okay, any other questions? Vote.
Any opposed?
Do you want me to just do show of hands? Show of hands, if for it. Carried. 14.2 core.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. 14.2, we're excited to share some news on our core audit result. General Manager Cartwright will briefly kind of take us through the findings of that and what's come next.
Great. Thank you, through the chair. Did want to share and actually start off with a thank you. This audit did include a counselor, which I cannot name, but I thank them very much for their participation, and it helped us with a successful passing score. So the audit was carried out back in April. Auditor was on site for the better part of a week and hit 5 of our active sites, as well as a couple of unmanned sites for site observation tours. Did interviews with 22 staff members, including 1 member of council, and looked at approximately 800 or so pieces of documentation to go through the audit. So this was a very intense, very thorough health and safety audit, and I am pleased to say that we did pass. So we came back with a score of 83%, or an 80 is passing, and have re-achieved our core. So we are now back in the Certificate of Recognition program through the Partnerships organization. In terms of areas, so we are still digesting we got the report back on Friday. So we are still digesting basically the report and looking at the nuances with it. We may have some questions for the auditor just based on some of the findings. But the idea now is that we take that, look at that, and prepare an action plan. And that action plan basically guides our activities in the health and safety program side for the next year until our next year's audit. So we now are in a 3-year cycle. This was our first year, which was an external audit. We will now have 2 years of internal audits. That's a chance for us to just look at our own systems, see how we're progressing, see where our areas of improvement continue to be, or where our strengths are and where we can best capitalize on those. Our action plan does get submitted to our certifying partner, which at this time is AMSA, the Alberta's Municipal Health and Safety Association. They'll have a chance to review and make sure that we've sort of hit all the main areas that we need to based on the outcomes of the audit. Just to share very briefly, so we get a breakdown essentially of our scores for basically our different elements of our health and safety program. We did extraordinarily well on our hazard assessments. We got a 95% out of a possible 100. That is the foundation of our health and safety program. Everything comes from the hazard assessment side of things. So to see that level come up this much is really a great reflection of efforts from our health and safety manager, as well as every member of the county was involved essentially in getting those hazard assessments to that status. So very pleased, very happy to see that. Some of the areas we'll be really concentrating on, orientation training and competency verification, and contractor management were 2 of the areas that were really kind of looked at as being deficient in terms of this last audit, and that'll be an area of our attention going forward. But I'm pleased to answer any questions that council may have. Otherwise, again, thank you for the support for our health and safety program.
Any questions or comments?
Thank you for all the hard work, and I'm very happy to hear that we've got core again.
Any other question? Just hold on a second.
And Mr. Chairman, really credit to the entire organization for reestablishing the core, and of course a special thanks to General Manager Cartwright and Sarah for the work they had done on it. They took us from a bit of a deficit into moving above and beyond where we need to be. So very grateful. It was really interesting to watch the dedication and passion towards reestablishing that.
Somebody want to move it for information? No, we're good? Okay. Okay, none of that. What are we on to 15 for the correspondence?
Thank you, Mayor Hamilton. Council, on page 353, there's correspondence from Lakeland College. This is part of the James Hargraves Scholarship Initiative the council implemented a number of years ago. Dr. Wainwright Stewart provides a letter, and there's 2 recipients that send thank you and their gratitude towards council for council's perusal.
Okay. Any comments on it? Not seeing any. Mayor and council reports. Oh, I'll remember to bring that sheet one of these days. It's sitting right beside where my computer sits at home with all the information on it. I had finance committee meeting last week with Cypress View. Everything's going good there. It's good to report that one. Everything's running smooth. Did the luncheon yesterday with Mr. Wright, MLA Wright. Yeah, Minister Wright. We asked quite a few questions. Lloyd will talk about Elkwater. We did the care center, we talked about it, and what's happening right now is they have the money put away to buy the land for the care centers, but they are starting in Edmonton, South Edmonton, before they even think about coming down here. Yeah. But he is fighting for it to be in Cypress County. Originally, it said it was supposed to be in Cypress County, then they said Medicine Hat. Now he's fighting to get it back into Cypress County, so he is on the front fighting for that for us. Other than that, there's not too much. One day I will bring that list. But start with you, Mr. Kirpywhite.
Awesome. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate you letting me go first so that Mr. Proctor and Mr. Ritz over there don't steal all my thunder with my FCM report. Deputy Mayor Hawk. Dedicated to you, my good friend. All right. All right. Excellent. I appreciate it. All right. So the 2026 FCM conference report from Councillor Kirpywhite. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. I attended the FCM convention annual trade show and conference in Edmonton earlier this month, accompanied by Councillor Ritz and Councillor Proctor. The conference brought together municipal leaders from across Canada to discuss common challenges, national advocacy priorities, and opportunities for collaboration. Before arriving in Edmonton, Councillor Ritz and I stopped in at Nisku, and I will say Councillor Proctor stopped by on his way back on the Monday, where we were able to tour the Silent Ice Center. That was the facility in Nisku that Joe had mentioned to us at the last meeting. That place was amazing. Absolutely incredible. If you're ever going up there, definitely recommend stopping by and having a peek. The facility was of particular interest as it provides a useful reference point for future arena discussions in our region. The visit offered valuable insights into facility design, spectator viewing areas, community gathering spaces, and operational considerations that may prove beneficial as we continue conversations about recreation infrastructure. Once in Edmonton, much of our time was spent connecting with municipal leaders from across Alberta and Canada. One of the greater benefits of attending FCM is the opportunity to have direct conversations with elected officials facing many of the same challenges that we see in Cypress County, including infrastructure funding, housing pressures, our agricultural concerns, emergency services, economic development, and attracting investment to rural communities. Throughout the week, I reconnected with current and former FCM board members, municipal leaders, federal representatives, and delegates from every region of the country. I also had the opportunity to introduce Keith and Gary to many of these contacts, helping to expand Cypress County's network within the municipal sector and strengthening relationships that can support future advocacy efforts. A highlight of the conference was the inauguration of our new president, Tim Tierney from Ottawa. I also attended many keynote sessions, one of them featuring outgoing President Rebecca Blythe and Minister Dominic LeBlanc. Minister LeBlanc spoke extensively about municipalities being the government of proximity and the order of government closest to the residents and most directly responsible to delivering the services that people rely on every day. His remarks reinforced the importance of securing predictable long-term funding for municipal infrastructure and services. His session was one of my favorites. It highlighted a lot of the language that we spent years advocating for, specifically the acknowledgement of that third order of government. Delegates also debated and adopted several significant resolutions. Key resolutions included calls for predictable federal infrastructure funding, national strategy on mental health and addictions and homelessness, greater municipal involvement in emergency preparedness and resilience planning. And then there was also the big one that I think it was 98% for support of the federal government looking at reopening the research centers. Yes. On a personal note, I was honored to be acclaimed back to the FCM Board of Directors as the Rural Alberta Representative. This role provides Cypress County with direct access to national municipal discussions and ensures rural Alberta perspectives continue to be represented at the board table. It also provides an opportunity to advocate directly for issues that affect our residents and rural communities across the province. Almost done. The conference concluded with the annual convention and additional networking opportunities. I spent considerable time meeting with municipal leaders from every region of the country, including representatives from neighboring municipalities and from the city of Medicine Hat. Saturday evening was a bit of a highlight for me. I hosted an informal networking / karaoke evening that was anticipating about 30 people. We had 150 people show up. It was a smashing success. While it is informal, events like these often create some of the strongest strongest relationships and connections that support future collaboration and advocacy moving forward. We were able to meet a lot of the new Quebec delegation and Ontario delegates as well. It was great. Overall, it was an excellent week focused on 3 key areas: learning, advocacy, and relationship building. The conference provided valuable insights into emerging municipal issues, advanced national advocacy priorities that are important to Cypress County, and strengthened relationships with municipal leaders from coast to coast. Most importantly, it ensured that Cypress County continues to have a strong voice at both the provincial and national level. Thank you.
Mr. Vossler, can you do a shorter one than that?
I have nothing to report.
Mr. Hawk?
Thanks, Robin, that was good. When I read that, I was glad to see the resolution for funding, restate funding for research, agricultural research. As for me, quite a few calls about muddy roads, gravel roads, and attended the Halo breakfast there on Saturday morning with Robin was there and Gary, and had a little visit with her MLA and her MP, and it was nice to see, and that's about it.
Mr. Brost?
Not a whole bunch for me. While the weather has been great, I've been lucky enough I haven't received any calls, so kudos to our Public Works staff. They must be staying on top of it, so it's great. But I did attend the Community Foundation Grant Award Luncheon. The library board was lucky enough to receive a $10,000 grant that will be put towards their programming for the Irvin and Graham libraries, so that'll be quite happy about getting that. And that's about it for me.
Mr. Watt?
Well, I'm not going to be as long as Robin, but I still have lots to say. The biggest thing is elk water. I've been getting a lot of phone calls, especially after the last annual meeting that we had. Some of the good highlights of that meeting, when Dylan got up, was that they apparently had 6 biologists out there for 2 weeks. So they have since found 3,000 more new species in elk water, and that is birds, grass, bugs. So now they have 17,000 unique species out there in elk water. And he reported that they've had 30,000 night campers, people that have camped overnight so far this year out there. So, and the other good thing is that Davis Motors donated a $10,000 pump to the Elkwater Fire Department that's portable, that one man can carry, and they also have a backpack for it and the hoses. And you can put it in a dugout, you can put it in a creek or pond or whatever. So happy about that. And then the fire chief out there, Keith, came out and he gave a very good speech on the sprinkler system for the cabins. And there's 70, and of course everybody wanted one. And he had to tell them that they'll decide which ones they're going to go on, and they'll turn them on, not anybody else. So there's apparently a lot of people want to buy them themselves. So that was really good. So Dylan got up and was commenting on that last fire that we had out there. And he commented it was a very good dry run. He was happy the way Cypress and the park worked together on it and communicated. And he advised that it only took him 20 minutes to get his staff in the parking lot and to get them the radios and give them directions to go out and tell the people there was a fire and everything's okay, not to worry. And then he came out and advised that they're not going to go with sirens, that when there is another emergency, they're going to get their staff together and give them the radios that they know how to operate now, and they're going to give them bullhorns. and they're going to go out with that. So when we met with the Honorable Minister Wright there, I asked him why there's no sirens in Elkwater. He really didn't know why, and when I told him about the bullhorns, he was pretty quiet for a minute. And his one comment was, well, a lot can happen in 20 minutes, which I agree. So we came up, or he suggested this to me, that I'm going to go to their meeting, and I'm going to request that they put a letter out on their website, the membership. There's apparently 207, I believe, members that belong to that community association, and ask them if they want a siren or sirens, and the reason why, and they have to submit with their names and addresses. And then, I'm not sure why, but for some reason they have to be submitted to me, and then I give them to the minister. He's advised that he needs that paper to take it to his meetings and councils to get approval and get some money for the sirens, if they decide to do it. So if I'm going to do this, I want everybody to know, but I had a very brief talk with Mr. Cartwright this morning about it. He filled me in on some stuff, which I agree with. But the one thing I want to make perfectly clear is that the county should not be responsible for any financial, or it shouldn't be our responsibility to turn that on if it has to be turned on. This is strictly the park, and if the people out there don't want to reply to this or do it, I'm done with it. And if they phone again, I'm just going to say, go talk to the MLA and go talk to Peter Swain. And that's it.
How many signatures would you need? Like, did he have a threshold?
He didn't have a threshold. I believe he just said he needed a pile of paper. And, I mean, if there's 200 members in that association, if I don't get 50 or 60, I'll be surprised. I have been getting, ever since that meeting on last Sunday, I'll bet you 14, 15 calls about it, about the radios and the time and just about everything. So that's the only reason I brought it up and the only reason I'll do it. But really, I want to make clear, it's not our responsibility to pay for anything or make the decision to turn it on. That's if they even get it. Pardon me?
Even to gather the signatures, will the association take care of that?
I could suggest that. I think that's a good idea.
Canada Day, when everybody's out there doing the parade and everything?
They'd have to write, they got to write a letter, is what the minister said. So that he has something that he can take to them. So I'm assuming an email is just as good as a letter. I don't know, maybe not.
I think so.
A pre-written letter with a space for a name and a signature?
No.
No,
Really? They won't do
No.
that?
no. I'm sorry, Lloyd, to interrupt, but what he said that if they get a form letter like that, he said they'll just file it with an S for shredder. They don't even look at them. They should be a letter by an individual to the counselor and CC'd the MLA on it, is the way he said it should work.
Yeah.
Yes.
He's a minister now.
So that's the crest of it. That's it.
Okay, it's good. We're almost in time for supper now. Miss McKenzie?
I'll be quick. I only had a couple things. I had our South Regional FCSS AA or FCSS meeting in Lethbridge, which went off. There was good attendance, and that's the day we found out that the FCSS the ministry has changed. We are now in alt arts and multiculturalism. Is that what it was? Something like that. Anyway, it's a different ministry, and the reason that we were put there is apparently who's ever in that ministry is in the know, because that's where our money has always come from. It just had to go through the other ministry and then sent back to arts and multiculturalism, and so they figured that's going to be better. Anyway, and then this other thing that lunch with the ministry yesterday, and that was it.
Mr. Ritz?
My report won't be near as long as Robin's because he stole all my thunder.
Which you would have done to him if he would have started first.
Well, no, I wouldn't have stole his because he's got a different kind of thunder. Anyway, so on the way up toward the Silent Ice Arena, that was a bit of an eye-opener, just see what they were using up there and the possibilities for what we want to do. And I think it was well worth the time that we spent to make the detour to go view it. I was just impressed with the eating area, just the wide open space, and you could kind of see both if you really stretch your neck, but it wasn't a 10-step walk, and you could watch each arena. So I thought that was a really neat idea, and looking forward to whatever transpires from there. Some of the things that stood out for me was just meeting people from various parts of the country, and it wasn't hard to introduce yourself. Thursday we sat around at the luncheon, and Councillor Proctor and we just picked an open table, and there was some councillors sitting there, and they ended up being from. When we walked up, I saw they were from Ontario. I said, "Oh, so where are you from?" And they said, "We're from Kempville." Well, Kempville happens to be where my wife grew up. So it was really kind of cool because one of the councillors lived just around the corner from where my cousins live. So it's those kind of connections that you just kind of go, okay, so what's your issues, and it feels like you've made a friend. And Saturday night, she walks up, one of the councillors walked in, "Really good to meet you." So I go, "Hey, that was cool." I spent a fair bit of time doing the trade shows on Thursday and Friday. Speakers Friday morning included the mayor and Minister Dan Williams. Met up with Mayor Lindsay Clark and a couple of the councillors on a couple of occasions, had good conversations with them. I had a gentleman approach me at lunch on Friday, Christopher Martin from CAP. He just sat down and started talking to me about the Canadian Association of Petroleum Producers. Found that was really cool, just making those connections. Saturday morning, the resolutions, and Saturday afternoon, Councillor Proctor and I went to a park on a little tour, and it was just interesting to see how they had renovated the area and the extras they put in to make it a really friendly atmosphere. So that kind of interested me. So it was really good. So other than that, that was my major event for the last 2 weeks. I really enjoyed going to it.
Thank you.
That was long.
Mr. Proctor?
Yeah, not a lot to do on the FCM, so I'll start off with.
Use your mic.
June 10th, I attended the college for their awards ceremony. Our superintendent of Prairie Rose School Division received this year's honorary applied degree, Dr. Reagan Weeks. Well deserved. And then June the 12th, the Co-op Place, they had approximately 550 graduates. The place has really come a long way since I worked there. And June the 10th, Halo Breakfast. Our fire department does us proud there. Jason is doing a tremendous job of PR work and promoting us. The FCM, I think that my colleagues here have pretty much covered it. I'm glad to see Councillor Kerpowhite representing us there. For a member of something, we should be part of it. I would like to see him go to these future CFMs with old guys like Keith and myself with a curfew. The only two things that we went to that wasn't covered here is one was an immigrant forum where they're really pushing hard to get the federal government to back off this temporary foreign worker problem that we've got. And then credit to Councillor Ritz, we had a one-on-one conversation with some of them after the meeting, and you know, they're good people, but they're on an agenda, and they openly admit that the immigration program that we used to have in Canada with sponsorship is far superior than the system that the federal government now has. The other one that I attended was AI. And that was very, very interesting. What's basically happening in AI is that they're starting a data center, and then one or two of the workers there are stealing all the information and starting their own. So they're coming to counties and saying, well, we've got 200 employees we're doing this big facility. But it's smoke and mirrors. They're basically coming in, stealing all the stuff, adding some of their stuff, and until somebody else steals it and takes off too. So they were strongly advising that counties should stay away from them totally, because they're basically a money loss until it gets a lot more mature. It's in infancy right now. I stopped at the arena on the way back, and the manager there took me for a complete tour of the entire facility from one end to the other. For a concert, the main arena will seat approximately 2,000 with all of the restaurant and the floor seating. Might be a little smaller than what we need, but very easy to add on. When we had the proposal here, we showed that the two sheets of ice were parallel with the curling facility in the front, and that's not the way the building's designed. Facing it from the front, the east wall is a blowout wall. They put in a hallway so the dressing rooms can actually be used by the curling as well. And so, as well designed, the ticket area will service all three sheets of ice, of the curling and the two sheets. Upstairs, they put in board rooms that they can rent out for additional income, like the oilmen rent it. It's a well thought out building, and it looks like it's pretty economical to build. That concludes my report.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Lunch.
He's here.
Oh, the old guy can make it. No, no time. Okay, we're going to move into, I need a motion to go in closed. Mr. Proctor has made that. Vote. There's a line. That's carried. Okay, I'll call the meeting back to order. We need to open the public hearing. Do I need a motion for that, or we're good? Okay. Okay, for the public hearing, I'll call for a motion to open the public hearing for bylaw 2026-11, 2026-12, and 2026-14. I need a motion, somebody.
Sure.
Keith is moving that.
Okay.
Vote. Okay, that's carried. Okay, my name is Mayor Hamilton and I will be chairing this hearing. All comments shall be directed through myself. Administration will make a presentation first, followed by the opportunity for council to ask questions for clarification. The applicant will then make a presentation if they choose to do so, followed by the opportunity for council to ask questions for clarification. Council will then hear those affected persons in the audience. First, those in support of the proposed bylaw, and second, those opposed to the proposed bylaw. All presenters must register with the Planning and Development Department if they have not already done so. If any presenter is referring to a written document including maps, photos, or reports, a copy of those documents must be left with administration. Okay. Bylaw 2026-11. Will administration please proceed?
Thank you and good afternoon, Council. Presenting bylaw 2026/11 through Stuart Murray on behalf of Triple N Farms to rezone 9.88 acres from Agricultural District 2 to County Residential District 2. Should the land use bylaw amendment be approved, the applicant's intent is to then apply to the subdivision authority for approval to subdivide the parcel into a country residential lot. The land subject to the rezoning is contained within a portion of Southeast 26-11-7 west of the 4th. As captured in the adjacent photo, the area is situated along Township Road 114 and approximately 685 meters west of Highway number 3. The proposed land use bylaw, the land use amendment area gains direct access and immediate access from established public road, and the subject area contains a partial irrigation pivot. The surrounding lands are primarily designated Agricultural District 2 in the land use bylaw zoning maps, and it should be noted there are country residential parcels situated to the east contained within the same quarter section. South Saskatchewan Regional Plan does state that the municipalities are to identify their agricultural lands and to limit their fragmentation and conversion to non-agricultural uses. In the same plan, though, it does state that land use framework does promote approaches that reduce the amount of land that is taken up by permanent long-term developments by utilizing minimum amount of land necessary. In our municipal development plan, section 4.1.23 subdivision states that the county may support the subdivision of an existing farmland or a single vacant parcel if the following conditions are met. And those conditions are the parcel is redistricted to an appropriate country residential land use. The country residential parcel conforms to the applicable country residential regulations as set out in the land use bylaw. And the applicant, at the time of submitting the subdivision application, must comply with Cypress County design guidelines and construction standards for both the existing farmstead and the proposed country residential parcel, and that the subdivision will not impact or hinder the agricultural use on the balance of the quarter section, and that all parcels have direct access to existing municipal road network or provincial highway. Alberta Transportation and Economic Corridors did reply after circulated that the requirements of section 18 and 19 are not met. However, They did anticipate minimal impact on the highway and therefore do grant approval for the subdivision authority to vary the requirements of section 18 and 19. But be advised, or the applicant should be advised that highway number 3 will be expanded into a 4-lane highway and that access to the highway may become somewhat less convenient for them at that time. At the time of the writing of this report, no comments have been received either in favor or opposed to the land use bylaw amendment from any adjacent landowners. So following the public hearing, bylaw 26/11, land use bylaw amendment, will be brought back to a regular scheduled council meeting for consideration of second and third reading. That is my report. If there are any questions?
Thank you. Does any member of council have a question for the presenter for clarification? Not seeing any. Does the applicant have a presentation? Is the applicant here? No, I don't. Okay. Thank you. No questions then. I'll now call for any presentations from anyone to support the bylaw. I will call a second time for any presentations to support the bylaw. I will now call for a third and final time for any presentations for anyone supporting the proposed bylaw. I will now call for any presentations for anyone opposed to the proposed bylaw. I'll call for a second time for any presentations for anyone opposed to the proposed bylaw. And I'll call for a third and final time for any presentations for anyone in opposition of the proposed bylaw. Not see anybody. I'll now call for a final submissions for those who feel they have not had the opportunity to fully participate in the public hearing. Does any persons who have, oh, nobody's had a presentation, so we'll skip that one. The public hearing for bylaw 2026-11 will be concluded and no further submissions will be accepted. Okay. Now we will go to bylaw 2026-12. Your presentation, please.
Thank you. Bylaw 2026-12, on behalf of Steve Kraus, is to propose to rezone approximately 8 acres from Agricultural District 2 to Country Residential District 1. Should the land use bylaw amendment be approved, the applicant's intent is then to apply to the subdivision authority for approval to subdivide the parcel into 2 country residential lots. The land subject to the rezoning is contained within Northeast 11-11-5 west of the 4th, and as captured on the site photo, the area is situated along Township Road 112. The proposed land use bylaw amendment area will gain direct and immediate access from this established public road, and the balance of the subject area is just dry land pasture, which is currently vacant. The surrounding lands are primarily designated Agricultural District 2 in the land use bylaw zoning maps, and it should be noted that there is a multi-parcel country residential subdivision approximately 1.9 kilometers south of the subject property. Again, the South Saskatchewan Regional Plan does state that municipalities are to identify their agricultural lands and to limit their fragmentation and conversion to non-agricultural uses. However, in that same plan, the land use bylaw framework does promote approaches to reduce the amount of land that is taken up by permanent or long-term development by utilizing the minimum amount of land necessary. In the Municipal Development Plan, Section 4.1.23, subdivision, it does say that the county may support the subdivision of an existing farmstead or a single vacant parcel if the following conditions are met. One, that the parcel is redistricted to the appropriate country residential land use.
2, the country residential land parcel does conform to applicable country residential regulation in the land use bylaw. 3, that the applicant at the time of submitting a subdivision application must comply with Cypress County design guidelines and construction standards for both the existing farmstead and the proposed country residential lot. And that the subdivision will not impact or hinder agricultural uses on the balance of the property. And all parcels shall have direct access to existing municipal road networks or a provincial highway. At the time of writing this report, no comments have been received from any adjacent landowners. So following public hearing 2026/12, the land use bylaw amendment will be brought back at a regular scheduled council meeting for consideration of second and third reading.
Thank you. Does any member of council have any questions for clarification? Not seeing any. Does the applicant have a presentation? Is the applicant here? No? Okay. I will now call for any presentations from anyone in support of the proposed bylaw. I will call a second time for any presentations for anyone in support of the proposed bylaw. I will call for a third and final time for any presentations for any in support of the proposed bylaw. I will now call for any presentations for anyone in opposition of the proposed bylaw. I will call a second time. Oh. Please state your name and then write your name down on the list that's up there for us, please. He's grabbing you a pen here. Just push the button there and the red light will come on. There you go. You're good.
My name is Blair Reed. I'm an adjacent landowner. Excuse me for my tardiness on this. I don't pick up my mail regular, and this came in the mail. So my neighbor called me yesterday and told me about this new change in the area where this residential property would like to go. This has been surveyed since the spring down the road about 1/8 of a mile from this position, and there was 2 locations. The other one was about 1/8 of a mile. Both locations were on a high ridge for good viewing of the city, I believe. This new location is right up against my property line, and I was just concerned about the septic system that's going to go in this place, because I have a dugout right there at that corner, and I'm just a little bit concerned. Is there any problems with septic fields going into the dugouts? Just a question before it got too far down the road, that's all. Other than that, that was my only concern. My tardiness, I'm sorry, I never had a chance to research that, so I just thought I'd run into town here quick and just state my opinion, so thank you very much.
Okay. Does any councillor have a question for clarification on this? Do you have any questions? No statements. We're in a public hearing, so just questions.
How far away, through the chair, how far away from the property line is your dugout?
70 feet, 80 feet.
Okay. And do you have any idea where the proposed septic would be?
I have no idea what comes out of a house septic system like that. I'm not worried about cows in the dugout and stuff because it's a different type of septic system, but what goes into the septic tanks and floods out in the system, and it's going to run right down to my dugout. So I just wanted to bring it to somebody's attention before it got too far down the road, that's all. I'm sorry for being late in my research.
Any other questions? No. Thank you very much. Okay. I'll now call a second time for any presentations from anyone in opposition of the proposed bylaw. I will now call for a third and final time for any presentations for anyone in opposition of the proposed bylaw. I will now call for any final submissions for those who feel that they have not had the opportunity to fully participate in the public hearing. Does any persons who have made presentations feel that they have had a fair hearing? Everybody spoke. The public hearing for bylaw 2026-12 is concluded and no further submissions will be accepted. Bylaw 2026-14. We need a presenter. That's you. You're up.
Thank you. Bylaw 2026-14, on behalf of Murray Nesdali, is to an amendment to rezone 7.04 acres from Agricultural District 1 to the Country Residential District 1. Should the land use bylaw amendment be approved, it is the applicant's intent to then apply to the subdivision authority for approval to subdivide 2 country residential lots. The land subject to the rezoning is contained within a portion of Northeast 2-12-6 west of the 4th, and as captured in the site photo, the area is situated along Range Road 61A, and the proposed land use amendment area gains direct access to this established public road, and the balance of the subject area contains an irrigation pivot. The surrounding lands are primarily designated Agricultural District 1 in our land use bylaw zoning maps, and it should be noted that the hamlet of Desert Bloom is situated directly to the northwest and a multi-parcel country residential subdivision to the southwest. In addition, a private aerodrome is directly across Range Road 61 to the west of this property. The South Saskatchewan Regional Plan does again state that the municipalities are to identify their agricultural lands and to limit fragmentation and conversion to non-agricultural uses. And under that same plan, the land use framework does promote approaches to help reduce the amount of land that is taken up by permanent or long-term developments by utilizing the minimum amount of land as necessary. Section 2.12 of the Tri-Area Intermunicipal Development Plan does state that the intent of the area is to provide for continued and expanded agricultural operations and greater flexibility for country residential development opportunities where they do not conflict with future urban growth areas and home-based businesses. A vast majority of lands to the west and the south of this area contain irrigation, and the protection and expansion of irrigation enhances agricultural capabilities and productivity of agricultural parcels and is necessary to support the viability of agriculture in this region and to strengthen the economy. Reduced parcel sizes are encouraged to retain the balance of agricultural and other open spaces. Parcel areas are recommended to be a minimum lot area of 1.5 acres up to a maximum lot area of 10 acres. The county may allow for alternative range of lot sizes based on specific site considerations. The rural development policy does direct council as follows: that the subdivision will not impact or hinder agricultural uses on the balance of the quarter section, and that the subdivision parcel does have direct or shared easement access to an existing municipal roadwork or a provincial highway. Section 4.1.24 of the IDP of the Municipal Development Plan does state that the county shall follow all applicable policies within the Tri-Area IDP as related to subdivision for lands within the IDP boundaries. A letter of opposition was received from Diane Clout, and a copy of this letter has been attached to this report. We have not received any other comments or either opposed or in favor of this development. Following the public hearing, bylaw 2614, land use bylaw amendment will be brought back to a regular scheduled council meeting for consideration of second and third reading.
Does any member of council have any questions for clarification? Does the applicant have a presentation?
Not a presentation, I'm just curious about the concerns that Clout might have with regard to the development. If I could address that by knowing what they are, perhaps. I might shed some light on that.
We don't have a copy of what was stated there. No, that's a different one.
Where is it in the folder? Where is it in the folder?
We don't have one in the agenda, so.
Okay. While they look to see if they can find a copy, I'd be more than happy to read it out for council.
Please.
Attention, Kayleen Brown. I apologize for the size of the font. I have just had eye surgery and my vision is very poor. I am in strong opposition to Agricultural District 1 land being changed to residential land. When I bought my property in Desert Bloom, it was because of the unobstructed view of the farmland and the Cypress Hills. At that time, there was no property in Medicine Hat offering the larger lot size and a view. With the proposed development of housing, my view, which is one of the reasons I bought out here, would be obstructed. As well, development has a way of just expanding. So why am I out here? To once again move and rebuild is not a possibility at my age. The road behind my property was a very big deterrent that I thought I would have to live with. I have now found that this is a very busy road with large trucks always on it. If a residential area was developed that a road would carry wood for many years, would become a freeway of large trucks and then a commuter road for the growing residential area. Not only is my view gone, but I am continually seeing, smelling, and hearing a stream of traffic. Another concern is the airfield that is just across from the proposed development and the airport. As I am not knowledgeable in this area, all I can say is there must be concerns that need to be heard and considered. I have found this letter in my mailbox approximately 1 week ago. Being I had surgery, I was late with gathering my mail. It was a neighbor who alerted me to this letter. I see that it was only typed on May 20th of 2026. Thank goodness I had a concerned neighbor, or I would have missed putting in my concerns by June 2nd. In my view, it appears that this is a good way to get something pushed through. The date of the public hearing is also a concern for me. I am not sure 1 p.m. is at a time when a business person would be able to attend. Being that the residents of this area live in a community at a higher socioeconomic level than most of Medicine Hat, it can be assumed that the majority of resident adults are working professionals. This time limit of time does not allow for a professional person to attend the meeting. So once again, it would be a good time for this agenda to be pushed through without any objection. Unfortunately, because of my physical condition and the fact that all of my neighbors work from early in the morning to later in the evening, I have not had the opportunity to speak with any of them. I am sure they would have the same concerns that I have of property devaluation, obstructed view, and heavily increased traffic. I find this proposal of agricultural land to residential development an atrocity. Diane Clout.
Okay, I guess I would like to respond to that. Would you mind? Could you bring up the picture of the development? Yeah, that would be great. Wonderful, thank you very much. Hi.
Can you just fill your name in there and state your name for the record?
Oh, I'm sorry, I apologize. You got hair, so show it off. Sorry about that. Hey, thanks. Actually, I don't need it. Okay, basically, if you take a look at it, the upper left-hand corner of the drawing is about a 4-acre plot that I would like to begin by subdividing that out and selling as a residential acreage. It has currently on it, as you can see by the diagram, 2 grain bins on it, one of which is about 7,500 bushels. It's quite high itself, so it already constitutes a bit of a blockage of view. And by taking that down and putting a house on there, I'd actually give that person a better view of the prairie or the countryside, as it may be, from her position in Desert Bloom. The lower area over there is right against some trees that are in the corner there and really would not affect any view that I can possibly imagine from Desert Bloom. But again, I don't know where they live, but again, a lower residential home I don't think would really interfere all that much with anyone's view as far as the picturesque scenery of our prairies. When it comes to the airport, as I say, the buildings up in the corner, top right-hand, left-hand corner, are off of a flight path. Otherwise, the granaries would have been a problem for them right off the get-go in takeoff and landing. The way that their landing strips are set up, it is actually, I think, further to the north. That's why they had to cut the little bit out of Desert Bloom, as I'm sure you're aware. The only other landing strip, it comes east and west, is directly to the north of our home. If you take a look at the fence line going just straight north of the current residence that we have, that's the flight path for all of the planes that are coming in and going from the east-west section. So nothing will be interfered with by either of the 2 lots that I have proposed. So in essence, A, we're not really interfering at all with the airport. Secondly, I think I'm actually improving the view by taking down the large grain bin and, making it for a nice residential home to be there. That's it. Thank you for your time.
Does council have any questions for the question?
Yeah, my question would be, would you commit to building strictly bungalows on the property?
I'm going to.
No, we can't.
No, what's happening is once this is set up, there will be building conditions. I live there. We're right across the road from Desert Bloom. The person that's building just to the north of me on the acreage there, what's his name? Blair. Anyway, he's doing a heck of a job and he's making that look really sharp. There's no way in the world I'm going to just leave it wide open without any restrictions to development there, because it'll affect not only my residents but the surrounding area. So I'm going to make sure that we conform to high standards of construction.
Yeah, that's no problem. At this stage, we can't ask that question. So.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
Not a problem.
Mr. Kirby-White?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question is to staff. My assumption is in this area, there's currently no area structure plan or anything that's set up outside of the Desert Bloom area, right? And so we're looking at this as individual subdivisions that.
Hold on, Mr. Kirby-White. That's for when we go to the next stage. We're in the public hearing here, so we can't ask those questions.
I can't ask a question about area structure plan? Pretty sure that one fits in there.
Ms. Brown.
Yeah, through the chair, I'm happy to answer that question, and then I think we still have to call for any others in favor of the application and so forth. Yeah. But generally speaking, no, there is no area structure plan for this area. This is in the area of the Tri-Area Intermunicipal Development Plan that was previously within the potential growth area. So the 3 municipalities did amend the IDP to allow more country residential flexibility within this area, and dry corner subdivisions would fit within that intention.
Okay. Claire? Okay.
Just one other thing I probably should address, sorry. One other question or point was brought up about the increased traffic. I really don't think 2 residences is going to increase the traffic on the 61A to a significant extent. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Does anybody else have any questions for the presenter? Not seeing any. I will now call for any presentations for anyone in support of the proposed bylaw. No, you're good. I'll call a second time for any presenters that are in support of the proposed bylaw. I will call a third and final time for any other presenters in support of the proposed bylaw. I will now call for any presentations for anyone in opposition of the proposed bylaw. I'll call for a second time for any presenters from anyone who is opposed to the proposed bylaw. I'll now call for a third and final time for any presenters that are opposed for the proposed bylaw. There's a lot of O's in there. Let's see. I'll now call for any final submissions from those who feel they have not had the opportunity to fully participate in the public hearing. Does any person who have presented feel that they have not had a fair hearing? You're good with everything? Okay. The public hearing for bylaw, what the heck are we on here? 2026-14 is concluded and no further submissions will be accepted. I will call for a motion to close the public hearing for bylaw, all 3 bylaws. Mr. Brost, vote. Okay, that's carried. The public hearing is now closed. We will take a 5-minute break.
Rolling up the sleeves.
Yeah. Did I go back in camera?
You need a motion.
Yeah. You going in? Blaine's moving to go in camera. Vote.
We're gonna change things now. Whoa. Get out of here.
You're going to lose a finger, Shane. Or maybe an arm.
Mr. Mayor, if you wouldn't mind turning off your microphone, please.
Oh, I'm not done yet. I got to announce.
Are we in close?
Not yet. Now we're in closed.
Get live.
Okay, we are live now, so we're back in session.
All right, so the motion I'm making then is with the CEOS Regional Steering Committee, that council postpone the financial contributions of $20,000 to the Southeastern Alberta Economic Opportunity Intermunicipal Agreement and be brought back to the July 7th, 2026 council meeting.
Okay, everybody's clear on that? Vote. It's carried. Oh,
Letter that went with that one is a different one?
just hold on.
That's the first one.
Okay, Michelle, you want to move that one? Sure.
Oh, I guess I got to read it. I move that council direct administration to send a letter to the City of Medicine Hat Mayor and to council to get clarification on recent statements made regarding water servicing beyond its boundaries.
Okay, everybody's clear on that? Vote. That's carried. We have Shane?
That council support the intermunicipal.
Use your mic.
Sorry. That council support the municipal committee's request to obtain a legal option on the implications of not implementing the regional heavy industrial area policy of the tri-area intermunicipal development plan with costs to be shared equally amongst the municipalities. There are a lot of big words in that.
Everybody's good? Vote. Okay, carried. All right, meeting adjourned.
Thanks, everybody. Be safe, everyone.
Yep, everybody be safe. Is Justin all right?
Yeah, you said a touchdown just east of him.